Welcome back, guys, to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are back in the Unreal Engine 5.5.4. Welcome to the stream. So, what we're doing today, or this evening, should I say, we are implementing some UI that I've done. So, the title of the stream is UI work, HP, stamina, codex, and proximity radar. So I'll just quickly show you. This is what it looks like. We've got the codex on the bottom left hand side. So this will show silhouettes of the creatures that are to be collected. When the player collects one, it will update to the color version of that silhouette. The HP bar is represented by cells, and we have the stamina bar, which I have a background color beneath that. You will see that as we implement that. And then this is the proximity radar. So this is going to be a fun one, and I'm going to leave that till last because that might take the longest. It's basically to do with the distance from the player to the creature, and the way it will work is it will have just a big red circle that will transition color from green to red depending on the value of it. I have done something similar in a previous project, so we'll be dipping into that later on. Estimate this stream to be about 4 to 5 hours. Could be a little bit longer. We'll see how long it takes. So yeah, we're gonna get started. So that is the Photoshop for it. So what have I got here? We'll get rid of that. Okay. Right, so the first thing I'm going to do, which is the easiest, is going to be the codex. So the codex is, I'll show you what it's going to be. So we're going to go into the UI folder. We're going to do a new folder called HUD. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to do one for looting. I'm just going to move those because the background film frame are for the looting. Now in the HUD, there are 4 subfolders. So we're going to start with the codex first. And I'm going to bring in everything. Okay, so basically we've got silhouette of the creature. So you have the color version and then the silhouette version, got the frame. And yeah, you can see the dimensions there. So yeah, this should be fairly straightforward. So what we're going to do is what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to put my Photoshop on my other monitor, guys, because I can check the exact pixel difference between, like, for the padding. So let's. What we're going to do, we're going to do a okay, we're just going to add in the image. So I'm going to drop in the frame there. Codex frame. So we'll rename that to Codex frame. and then the anchor is going to be bottom left. Reset that. And then the size of it needs to be 272 by 82. 272, 272, 82. So 272, 272, and then 82. Point five, point five. I think that is dead on the money. Perfect. Okay, if we just save. Nice. Oh, it looks so good! Look at that. Scales. Lovely. Okay. Right. So we have the Codex. What we're going to want to do now... let me just have a look. No. What is it? Is it box? Panel. Right, I'm going to anchor this to the bottom. 0.5, 1. Oh, hold on. Oh, that's tricky. Bear with me. Let me just... Okay, it needs to be 248. 248 by 56. 248. 248 by 56. Don't really want to mess with the alignment. I'd rather move it pixel by pixel. Sorry, I've got the Codex open on Photoshop, guys. Just give me 1 minute. Right, so it needs to go across 12. And then 7. Minus 7. Okay, perfect. So there we go, we've got our horizontal box. Now I know that the padding between each thing is 8 pixels. I'm just checking in Photoshop. Yeah, 8 pixels. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in Gelatino. Why did that not go in there? Gelatino. 54 by 54. Oh, that's annoying. That's a little annoying. Let me just put in the others and see what happens. Oh, we actually need to bring that down by 1 pixel. So that will be 46. And that will be 54. And then we move that up by 9. Size Y, 252. Okay. That one needs to probably go down to 44. And then I mean, it's in there. Because that bar is Well, if we just test this quickly. I'm wondering if it might be easier if I just... got rid of that. And just drop them in. This little white outline is really annoying. You tend to get this with images sometimes, so you have to play around in the settings to sort that out of the texture. Right, so I can find out exactly where this needs to go. Gelatino. Right, so this should be on the X, 18, on the Y. Oh, you bugger. If we go up one. It's basically meant to be 1 pixel. He's meant to be... You know what? This might just be easier if I just made a horizontal box. Which is what I did in the first place. If I just anchor that to the bottom, and then if we make it the same size, so 272 by 82, 272, 82, so 27282. Right, so that horizontal box is the exact same size. I'm not going to put the frame in there. I'm hoping this might be a little bit better. So now that we've got that, if I drop in Gelatino, Gekanda, Octonymph, and Bear Coon, and just rename those as Gelatino image, Gekanda image, Octo Nymph image, Bear Coon image. If I just go fill, 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 and then if we were to do the padding, we can basically get this exactly how I need it. So if we go 21 from the top, what I'll do is I'll leave. Oh no, that is a bit of a problem. Do 8 to the right. Okay, so 21 top, 9 from the bottom, 21 top, 9 bottom, so he's 14 from the left, so he'll be 14 from the right. Now, what we can try and do is if I put 8 there, 8 there, 8 there, they're almost in. So if I did 9, okay, let's go 11. Oh, look at that. Sitting nice and snug. It's ever so slightly I might try 10.5. If we just did 5 and 5. It's literally the smallest increments. I mean, these guys are literally pretty much dead in the frame. I'm happy with the top and the bottom. It's just getting the... That 14 is definitely the right value. We did 6. 6, 6. 6, 6. 6. Look at that. Okay. Right, so having... How much did I... Yeah. It's weird how it translates into Unreal, but that is... If we select all of those, you can see inside the frame, they look identical to me. So obviously the far left and the far right, you'll notice that the frame itself is the same size as the Codex image. And because this section here, from the very left to this dashed frame, is larger than this width between the icons there. So that's why we've had to do on the left 14 and then from Bearcoon on the right. Okay, so compile, save. So now we have these images here. So now what we need to do is we need to set the image. So if we go on our graph, what we're going to do is is it the portal? Okay, what we could do from here, from the portal never gets destroyed. What we could do is we can trigger the custom event from we can trigger the custom event of the icon being switched in here. So if we had a custom event if we had a custom event and we called it like update image, So Gelatino's the first. As Gelatino's saved. So that doesn't seem right. I mean, that is a texture. We'll go for this option. So if Gelatino is saved, set it to that. Alright, so we have the custom event here. So whenever we call this event, we're basically... Oh. Whenever we call this event, we're basically... there isn't really a nice way of making this look appealing. So whenever we call this custom event, we're basically saying, right, check the check if they've been saved. If it's one of those, set the image. So if we go into the portal, and the portal blueprint is the one that handles destroying the creature, setting the boolean. So we're saying, are all creatures saved? So we could plug it in just before there. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to have to create a reference for the HUD. Oh! Well, that's interesting. Right. We need to access that. Sorry, bear with me 1 second, guys. Okay. So, event begin play when the HUD is drawn to screen. Sorry, when the HUD is created, we draw the widget to screen. We've set a reference to the HUD, and then I mean, technically that's the same. So now there we go. Christ almighty, there we go, we finally got it. Okay, so what's happening here? Let me just have a sip of my coffee. Right. So when the HUD enters play, it draws the widget for the HUD, and then we've set a reference to that HUD under the BP HUD. Within the portal, on begin start, we are creating a reference to the HUD, and then in the code where the variables are set, the booleans are set, before we check if all creatures are saved, we're basically setting the image in the codex to show that the creatures have been saved. So fairly straightforward. Why is that one on the piss? Okie dokie. Right, let's give this a go. See if we can, we want to check that the images will be updated accordingly. Hey! Look, Gelatino, bottom right, bottom left there, guys. Okay. So we've got 2 more to get. Fuck, the robot's right there. Oh, I don't like the noise of him running. It's actually quite traumatizing. Right, I've got Gekanda. So here's the last one, guys. And you can see the image is updated really nicely. Don't know where the robot's gone. Hey! Look at that, guys! Flawless. Flawless victory. We've got the, like, nice size. I don't think that needs to be any bigger. Like, it's not in your face. It's a decent size. If that was to be any bigger, it's just going to take up quite a lot of the screen space. Like, there's quite a lot. It's quite a thanks for the spam views, Skaven. If I was to make that UI any bigger, it's just going to take up too much of the screen space, and I think it's not going to look as good. Because it's nice to take in the environment, and at the moment they're not too intrusive, like it's just there. So the Codex works, so we let's just give this a comment. Oh my god, have I spelt that wrong? Silhouette. I need to check. I think that's spelled wrong. Silhouette. I was close. Silhouette. Changes the corresponding creature's icon from silhouette. to color version if they have been saved. What colour shall we give this one? I guess we could give it a nice yellow. Get the stamina bar. Okie dokie. So that works really nicely. So set brush from texture. Okay, so we've done the Codex. The Codex is done, that's working. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to quickly give the player a variable called health, which is going to be an integer, and this is going to be 20. Okay. Okay. What did I just do? I've just gone blank. Right, so under the widget, the Codex is done. We've got the stamina bar in there. I guess what I should do is if I just bring in the frame, yeah, I'm going to bring in the frame. We'll leave the stamina bar where it is. Yeah. Okay, so we've already got the stamina bar in, so if I just hide that for the moment, I'm actually going to move the Codex just up, so things are kind of in a hierarchy order of how they appear. What does that do? Thanks for following, Gifler, and welcome to the stream. Right, what are we doing? Stamina. So we're going to make a new folder. And import my assets. Okay, so we're going to drop this on there. And we're going to call this stamina frame. We're going to anchor this to the bottom, reset that 0.5, 0.5, but that needs to be 1 actually, so it's above, because that one is 1, as is the Codex icons. So the size of that frame needs to be 27240. There we go. Now you'll notice it's missing the top part. That looks really crap. I need to look into the settings of the textures. Whenever you import things, like you see those white outlines. I remember the very first project I did in the Unreal Engine. That's not how it is in Photoshop. Like, I'll just show you guys. You see the difference there? These little white edges, that's not there. So it's to do with the settings on the textures. Oh, and if I just open one up to show you, there are so many settings on here that annoyingly are affecting that. So I've put it on the job list to fix the white lines. Doesn't need doing now. But it is just annoying, and I know quite a few people do struggle with it. It's the same here. Like this image doesn't look like that. I'll just show you again for the stamina. Let me just show you guys. So you see that stamina there? You see how it's kind of just gone really crappy quality. And if I just move that across, you see that section there? Can you see the difference? You see the difference in that quality. So again, it's something we'll fix, but it's not super important at the moment. What's important is just getting the textures and the assets in, getting them working, and then we'll go from there. So we've got the stamina bar. So back to here, just check. So 272 by 40. 272 by 40, so that's correct. And it's anchored to the bottom. So now what we need to do, I have these two images. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn on the stamina bar. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset the position on there, because that's anchored to the bottom at the moment. If I do 1, and then if I made it the exact same size, so 272 by 40, and then put it just there. What we will do is drop in what's that? The background. So the background is that one. And then the fill is that one. And then the tint, the tint needs to be just pure white, basically. And that is exactly where it needs to be. Because what I did was in Photoshop, I basically, I turned off all of these different layers. I turned off all of that and I just exported the bar. So it was already in the position it needed to be in. So if I now compile and save that, perfect. Don't know why it's going green. Why has it gone green? It's meant to be yellow, dude. Why is the That's weird. So the orange bar is orange, but that bar is meant to be yellow. Why is that green? It's got to be that. That was hilarious. So basically, where we've got the style with the background image and the fill image, you've then got the appearance which further affects the whole thing. Christ almighty. Right, so we've got the stamina bar in. Look at that. That looks really, really nice. I like the option I did there. I wanted to, instead of it just being a yellow bar that just, you know, there's just a yellow bar and then nothingness behind it. I wanted to have like an orange kind of bar to indicate, I guess, how long it is, you know? Let's just check the stamina. Oh, I know why it's doing that. I know why it's doing that. So it appears as though there's a bug, but it's not actually. Where I'm letting go, like you see, it's at 0 at the moment. Basically, because the stamina bar is set to it's set to be the same size as the frame, that bar is actually, it actually goes from the left hand side. So what we need to do is do some 240. Yeah, you see? It's taken this part here. Okay, got an idea. Bear with me. Let me... What I'm going to do is I am going to... I'm basically just going to... I'm just going to export that. So that is the fill. And then if I copy the empty, okay, so if I just re-import that, fill, and the empty, there we go. So I've just redone those, so that's 258 by 15. 258 by 15. 258. by 15. 25, let me just check, sorry. 258 15, 258 15, 258 15. So now the stamina bar is truthfully the correct, and that looks dead center of the thing as well, I would say. There we go. Oh, hey Owen, welcome to the stream. There wasn't an issue. Basically, what I had done, because I've created I've got the frame, I basically adjusted the size of the stamina bar to be the progress bar to be the exact same size. So even though the image appeared as if the bar was, as here, highlighted, the bar was actually going over. So the image didn't truthfully represent the stamina bar. So what I've done is I just went into Photoshop and I just exported the bars at the exact correct size. So now both of these 258 by 15. So now, as you can see, the bar, it fills all the way, like it works correctly. I'm really happy with that. Right, so that's the stamina bar UI in. So much better than the placeholder I had. So now we're going to bring in the health. Exciting times, guys. And what I want to do is I just want to check the scaling. So you can see there. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, obviously no one's going to play at that resolution. But yeah, you can see that's quite nice. Okie dokie. So stamina bar's working. I've already implemented the Codex. I think I spent 1 to 1.5 hours last night playing around with the central HUD elements. And then I did a 2-hour stream earlier today where I actually did the Codex and the proximity sensor. So that stamina bar looks really nice. I always associate yellow with stamina. I'm pretty sure that's the colour or of that kind of tone used for stamina bars. Oh, bro, really? And we've tested that the icons are updating correctly. So when you capture a creature, their color version shows up on the Codex. Right. So right, now we're gonna bring in the health. Okay. Okay. So the health frame is going to go in there. Um, 27243. 27243. The anchor is going to be the bottom. 0.5. And what was that one? If that's 1, that should be 2. No. That looks correct. Same. Yeah, that looks correct to me. And I can just show you guys. If I just show you Photoshop, you see that? Okay. I'm just thinking. Oh, actually, no. I'll be fine. Actually, the health frame 27243. This is 27243. So this isn't. The health isn't going to be done. Based on like a progress bar. I'm just having cells and an integer of 20 as player variables. So when the player receives damage, we'll do a switch on int. So what we can do, where we've got the health frame, we're going to drop in HP 20 and we'll call this health cells. Anchor that to the bottom. and that is 27243. And that is 0.5 and 1. Minus 40 on the Y. There we go. So you've got to bear in mind, guys, that you see it's got a bit of shit quality there, which is it's frustrating, because you can see here, you can see the difference. Like I said, I've mentioned this already. When you just import a texture, you have to play around with the settings on the texture, because Unreal just seems to fuck with them, which is annoying, because this is how it should look, and you can see the quality there looks shite. So we will sort that out. So the health cells is set as a variable, so basically what we can do, we've got the health integer on the player character, and it's set to 20. So we don't need to do, what's this? Oh, you can create a binding to, well, that's interesting. Oh, dude, the image is 4 kilobytes. It's literally 4 kilobytes. Well, the frame, the health frame is 5, but the cells, the HP, they're all 4 kilobytes. Now, I didn't notice this, but there is a binding here where I could set the image. I might test that. Welcome to the stream. I just want to check, can you clear a binding? Yes, you can. Cool. Okay. So on health cells. I mean, I didn't do these ones. The way I handled the Codex, I did it in here. I don't necessarily have to do a function for this, but that's gonna need something plugging in there. I'm not sure if that's... You see there, when less or equal to 0, the width of the brush will default to the width of the texture. I think if I left that... I mean, we can test this. We can have it as 0, 0. And then, if it does something weird, we can just state that it needs to be 272 by 43. So that's fine. Right, so get the health cells brush. Make brush from texture. that's going to be annoying. Well, we know that this one is 0 to 20 health. Yeah, 0 to 20. $21 pins. Oh yeah, that's actually right. We don't need to clamp that because it's never going to go below or above, and we do the clamping within the code that will handle the player losing life. Oh. Okay, hold on. It's gonna need something. What is that input? Image texture to use. What nodes to use? I know I could easily just do it all within here, but it'd be nice to have this as a function. Make brush from texture. Slate brush. Jesus Christ. We need an output to plug into there. So we need an input going in to say this is the image. Set brush resource to texture. Sets the brush. I mean, this works. I'm just a little concerned that if I don't plug anything in there, I wonder if it'll work if I don't plug anything into that pin. I'm gonna give this a go. Target, set brush from texture, target is image. We know that that code works there. And we've, with the literally what in here, setting the image. I mean, it should work. We'll give it a go, guys. Ah, target, of course, of course. The target is the health cells. Health cells. It doesn't feel right because we've got this. And I don't know why. Like, if I just simulate and then, yeah, look, it's completely fucked up. Okay. Let's just scrap that. Get health cells. Where's the error? Get health cells. There we go. Let's just do what I know works. Um, oh. No, but it feels like we should be doing it that way. Because that's based on the integer. No, I'm gonna have another pop. Doesn't feel right to do it as a custom event. Sorry guys. Just bear with me. Sorry. Hold on. There we go. Um, Hold on. If I do this... If I do this on start... Oh, hold on. I can add them in here. There we go. Why is that not... Have I got the wrong type of array? 2D, texture 2D array. I'll just do it as texture. That's so fucking annoying. Why? Oh my god. Oh, there we go. Now it's... I had to compile it. Oh my god. Right. Texture. Texture type. Texture object reference. Right. There we go. So from 0 health to 20 health. HP 0, HP 1, HP 2, HP 3, HP 4, HP 5, HP 6, HP 7, HP 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Let's just check that. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we've got an array of our textures. Um, so if I get the array, texture 2D object reference. That oh, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, this is so annoying. I'm trying to do this the proper way. I mean, I can do this right here, guys. I can literally set the image and trigger the custom event whenever the player loses health. Texture 2D. I mean, do we have to create a new slate brush using this texture? Slate brush asset. I mean, slate brush structure, slate brush. Let me just slate brush. I mean, if we got that, and just yeah. Oh god, do I have to make a slate brush for every single? Surely not. Make slate brush. There we go. So we know that all of the status of the health corresponds to that. Okay. So, okay. Health texture, let's compile save. Get rid of that nonsense that I made. Okay. Right, so get. No. Finds the index. No. We want to find an item at. Finds the index of the first instance of the item. Item to look for. Given an array given an array and an index, returns a temporary copy of the item in the array at that index. Since it's a copy, changes to this item will not be propagated back to the array. I guess that's the node we would do. Welcome to the stream, guys. I guess that's what we would do. So we're gonna get the health from the player. Ooh, what's that? What's that? Why is there no name? Why was there no name? What? I must have accidentally had that selected, and how strange. How strange. Let's try again. Get health. So basically, that will be whatever that is. We're getting the corresponding what's it from there. So we're doing a check to say, okay, get the player's health. And whatever that index is will match up with the correct image. I don't think we need another function. I really don't think we need another function here, guys. Like in between. I think that's sufficient. And this would be a good test actually. So we know at the moment the player's health is 20. So if I simulate and if I just escape, there's no errors. Right, so it's 20. Now if I change that to 10, let's see if it updates. Oh! You see the health bar there, guys? Excellent. Okay, so if I put that back to 20, and if I just create a random dev cheat code, I'm gonna do minus. So we're going to get the health and we're going to subtract 1 clamp 20, 0 to 20, and then set health. So this cheat code will allow us to basically deduct health to test that the health bar's working correctly. So we press number pad. I mean, I literally pressed the correct button on my keyboard, the numerical one at the end. So I don't know if my far right hand side one's going to function the same. So when we press a hyphen or minus, we're going to minus 1 from the health integer of the player. We're going to clamp it between 0 and 20, so 0 health and maximum health, and set the health. So now if I... Oh, YouTube's clocked on that I'm using an ad blocker. Bear with me, guys. Give me 1 minute. It's got an annoying little advert. There we go. So if I do keyboard plus, we'll basically do the same, but instead of it being a minus, I'm going to do a plus 1. Alright, let's see if this works. So at the moment we're 20 health. So when we press either the minus or plus, we should be adding or deducting from the player's health. Oh, it works! Oh, that's cool. That's really nice seeing that. Guys, amazing. So the health gets deducted. I really like the stamina bar I've done there. I really like the orange line to indicate the length. And I'll just show you the, oh shit. I'll just show you the Codex at the bottom left. If you watch the bottom left closely, when this little dude comes through here, he's going to update on the Codex. There we go. We can get another one. This is so fun, so fun. That is a bug fix I'm aware of that I will fix. Last one. Game complete. There you have it, guys. Where is the robot? Okay, so just seeing that health bar. I like it. And the great thing is, I can always add in tiny bits. Like, I did think about it, like, so where you've got like the Codex and the health and stamina, I was thinking like of doing like a thin half triangle wedge, so it feels like it's I don't know, just part of the like overlay of the HUD. But I don't know if I want to. I don't want to overdo it. But we've got the health's working there. We've collected all the log. The Codex looks great. It's small. It's simple feedback for the player. The health works. It's updating live. It's not on tick. We've correctly plugged that in, and really, really simple there. Up here, literally just that. Just plug that in. No other settings changed, nothing, just draw his image. No other functions, just literally that. So what we can actually do is just bring that up the top there. Really, really simple. So just a texture array with all of our images there, and the index matches up with the health status. So if you're out of health, it's index 0. Because obviously computers count 1 as 0, so that can confuse things, but because we have 0 health and then 20 is maximum health, that works quite nicely. So that is all good. Let me just have a look at the stream, see what else we need to do. So right. So what have we done first? We've done the HP. We've done the stamina. We've done the Codex. Oh my god. The proximity radar. My god. Right, this one. Oh my god. This one's a bit of a beast. It's a bit of a beast, guys. Of course, I left the most complicated till the end. It's honestly, guys, it's a bit of a beast. Originally, in my design documentation for this game, I was just going to have like a bar, like a gauge, So basically, when you're escorting a creature, the creatures have this. They have this logic, so they move at a slower speed than the player. If there is a certain distance between the player and the creature. If that distance exceeds a certain value, then the creature's retreat logic kicks in and it will leave the player. It's kind of like, not Pokemon, but it's like kind of like with a wild animal. Like if you find a wild animal and you, like a dog for example, and you're trying to tame it and get it to come to you, you know, if you run away too far from it, it's just going to run off. That's what's happening here. The creatures, you find the creatures, they move slower. If you go too far away from them, they leave. So with the premise of the game, you know, there's 4 robots in this game. There's going to be 4, one for each sector. So what you need to do, like if the robot spots you, they'll come and attack you and then return to their location. If you have a creature with you, they won't attack you. They will go and grab the creature. And if they grab the creature, then they'll return it to a spot. So the idea is, where you're so focused on guiding these creatures and avoiding the robots, you don't want to keep looking behind you to see, oh, is the creature still following me? Like, it's just going to be too tense to be worrying about that. So the idea of the proximity radar at the bottom right of the HUD is that you'll get a visual. This will be like a circle that will transition from green to red. So if you're at a safe distance, it's green, then it will go through green, yellow, orange to red, and that is your indicator of, right, I need to slow down and wait for the creature to catch up. And as that creature approaches you, it closes that distance gap and the proximity radar will shrink in size. That's the idea with it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to open another project because I've already done this. So just bear with me 1 second, guys. I'm still here. I just need to open up the project. Oh my god, I think it was first year. Plague Vaders. I don't need the Plague Vaders one, I don't think. Was it try 1 or try 2? Tombs of Takarat project. There we go. Copy. And then extract. So I'm just opening up the other project, guys. I'm still here. Sorry. I think the hay fever's kicking in. Lovely jubbly. Okay. I mean, I'm quite excited for this feature. It's just, it's more to be honest, I don't think it is that complicated, because I think you can calculate distance, get the actor and get the player, calculate that distance, and then set a variable based on that distance. Simple. Okie dokie. Right, so this is one of my first year projects at university. And this is the one that has the UI. I think it was this one. Don't be a bugger. I set that. I know I set that. Size increase. There we go. So size increase. So it's done on an animation. So over the course of that time, it changes to red. So I did that in an animation. And I've got the hex codes in Photoshop. I'll just show you guys. So over here on the proximity radar, we have the green, and then we got the red. So essentially, we would set the starting color to be green, and then the end color to be that. So it would we'd need it to transition across those two. So okay. Okay. So if we had the red, how am I going to do this? So we can, oh excellent, we can create a binding, okay. So we can create a binding for the color. And then we set that in there. If I just go in here, red, green, blue. Hmm. 191. Does that even go that high? No, it doesn't. Oh, it does. Okay. Let's just see, actually. Let me just... I'm going to move Photoshop to my other window. And I'm just going to see if I can get that same colour. So it was 191 1145. Okay, I guess. Right, so it'll be the colour and opacity. Right. Oh my god, I'm nervous. I am nervous. How are you going to do that? You're going to want it to scale between the values based on the distance. So if the distance is 0, it's going to be green. And then if it's bigger, if it's like almost breaching the threshold, it would be the red. So somehow we need to say, okay, if the value is 0, it's green. If it's 100 or whatever, it's red. And anything in between that, it needs to transition through the color spectrum, passing from green, yellow, amber, red. I'm sure there is a way to do this. Right, I'll keep Photoshop open. I don't think I'm going to need this project open. That's all I wanted to check. So I did this on an animation. I mean, where is that even? I can't see that being handled anywhere. Create the widget. I can't see anywhere in here calling that animation. I'll leave that open just in case. Right. We are making really good progress, guys. Like, I'm on the last bit of what I wanted to do tonight. And then tomorrow, I'm going to probably work on the creature's retreat logic. Because what we've got left to do for the project, I need to rework the looting UI. I'll just quickly show you. The way it works is I'm very happy with, but I'm not a fond of that circular, the circular, what's it on the widget. So it's this that I want to rework. I could probably make it match the style that I've done for the HUD. Right, so let me just get up. Right, so this is going to be proximity radar. Okay, so they should all be 273 by 273. So health frame, health cells. Oh, everything's anchored nicely. Right, so we're going to drop in this to there, and we'll call this proximity radar frame. We're going to anchor this to bottom right. Do that. Alignment probably 1. Yep. And then 273, 273, 273, 273. Probably need to go up to 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, so that is the proximity radar. Everything is just so nice. So I just want to see how that looks. I have spelt that correct, isn't it? You know when you look at a word over and over and then it doesn't look like you've spelt it correctly? I sometimes get that. That doubt. No, I have spelt it correct. Okay, I need a sip of my coffee. So the idea with the proximity radar, I was thinking, whilst the player isn't escorting, it would be like that. We could actually probably make that go lucky number 7. So we can have it like that. Proximity radar. So it's kind of like there, but it's not in your face, and the only time that comes up is when you're escorting a creature. So, oh fucking hell, dude. So what we would do, he's not glitched, by the way, I just haven't implemented the attack logic. I mean, to be fair, what we could do is just have, we could have that proximity radar just hidden and only show up when the player is guiding a creature. Because I thought about this earlier and I thought, if we have it just like that, so you know something's there on the HUD, and then during escort it goes to its position where it's meant to be. But on second thoughts, like if we just have it as 0, we know 1, 1 is where we need it to be. We can basically have it hidden and have it like this, and then when we get one of these dudes, we get the proximity radar show up. That's what I'm thinking. Again, the white edges, that will be the settings on the texture. And I'm pretty sure it's not... Oh, it is that kind of colour. Just thinking, guys. Like, it just feels a bit... It feels it should only be present when you've got a creature. Like, you wouldn't have the proximity radar up when you're not escorting a creature. And we could do a timeline that handles showing the radar and hiding the radar. Okay. Ooh, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Right, because it's anchored there, if I scale that down, it's going to go by the anchor point. Oh, that's going to be tricky. wonder why. You see that's going off. With clipping. Let me just check my sugars, guys. This is a little bit of a tricky one, isn't it? Just trying to get it to... play ball, basically. I mean, an easy option is to put that that anchor dead center, but I have a feeling that's going to be problematic if we try that. What size box? There's a size box over there. Let's have a look at that. Have another drink of my coffee. not sure the best option here. See, why is it off there? There, it fits perfectly. Why is that going off though? The size box is the same size as the overlay and the frame itself. That's so fucking annoying. That's so annoying. I'm a little bit stumped with that. That's going to be a problem. Oh, this is a bugger. I am a little bit stumped with this one. Don't know what to do with this. I mean, we've got the other parts of this done. I don't really want to scrap the idea of this radar. I'm moving the anchor point just for that image. I don't think that's gonna do me any favours. Why is it off there? I mean, that looks... Does that look equal? Interesting. Sorry guys, this is a little bit tricky, this one. It looks like that circle is now, I'm just looking at that, it looks like it's that looks dead center. It's really weird that I've had to adjust the pivot though in order to fix that issue. So if we're somehow able to I just wonder if I take that off of there. Why is it doing that? Why do I have to add point 2? I don't think I need that size box. Really weird. Right, so if we've got the radar there, actually, why have I done it this way? Sorry, one sec, guys. Let me just open up. If I just had it as a completely flat. Why is it all the way down there? Christ almighty. Oh, this is madness. This is exhausting, guys. I feel like that other one was slightly better. I think it was the size box. That's just not in the centre though, is it? I'm Unless... Unless we put the proximity bar Oh, you're a bugger. Why is that not dead center? Oh, it's driving me nuts. What if that was 0, 0? I've been stuck on this for about an hour, it feels. Everything was going so well. I am glad I left this till the end. I really, really am. I'm going to try the scale box. I've forgotten the one I had where I could actually make it central. Hey, hey, Awen. Having a bit of problems with this one. It's been a bit of a bugger. I've got the proximity bar. Sorry, let me just sort out this YouTube advert. I've got a progress bar, and you can see it's as you scale down, you can see its kind of center point is off, which makes no sense because the size of all of those is 273 by 273. All of that has been done at 273 by 273. So I've stuck it inside a scale box. I just don't know why it's going off the way it is. It's so weird. I don't know why that's... And I've tried changing the pivot to try and get it to at least look... The background is off-centered. These are the same, all of these, let me show you in Photoshop. Like, I made this earlier. And I made sure that it was everything fit. Just doesn't make any sense. Don't know what to do. I'm stumped. I don't feel I can. I don't feel like I can. Get past this. Because it's gonna look shite if it's not. Like, the anchoring's correct. Like when it's at maximum, you can see it fits snug as a bug. But then are you on about this section here at the bottom here and up there? Let me try some. Oh shit. Let me try something. I think I hear what you're saying. Hold on. This is such a fucking nightmare. Oh my god, dude. I mean, all of this has been designed to like be perfectly aligned. So this is dead center to the frame of the proximity radar. Still going to have the same issue if I just export that. What is, as in it's not aligned? It might not be. There should be equal space either side to the left and the right. The bottom and the top. Like if we just check quickly, we count the pixels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's 16 from the edge to here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. It's 26. The problem is, if I move that up any more, it's going to be too close to the writing. And I don't want that to obscure the writing. You think that's why why I'm having an arse ache with this alignment? But yeah, everything you're saying makes sense as to why it's appearing off. Let's just do a quick count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 bottom. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26 from the top. So you think if we trimmed 10 pixels off of the top, you think that would do the job? Alright, let's... What I'll do is I'll just duplicate that. Well, that's the thing. I did try setting a custom pivot point. That's what I mean. I had this earlier. I think I had one of the boxes from the palette, and I set the pivot to 0.52 and it was centralized. It worked. I just can't remember which one it was. I just can't remember which one it was that I remember it was, oh fudge. It was 0.52 on the Y. I remember that. And I mean, I've got this translation. But obviously... it needs to be scale, not mask. This is just... it has to be fill from center. Pray for me. But yeah, I hear what you're saying about the... oh... If I just... it's annoying, isn't it? Because of that top section. I mean, if I brought the top down, it's just going to be so close. Tell you what, let me just go in Photoshop and see. Get rid of that nonsense. If we turn everything back on. Right, so it has to be 2 pixel gap from the top. So if I just... let me bring it down 10 pixels. 1, 2, 3... no, hold on. Why is that jumping so many? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it's so close. Why does that now look like it's less? One sec, I think let me just count the pixels one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What the fudge is going on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One more. No. 13. Oh, sorry. I'm tired, dude. I'm tired. I'm pretty sure the gap I counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So from the solid blue to the solid blue, it's a 13 pixel gap. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, it's giving me a headache. Wait a minute, why have I just... Sorry about this, guys. Oh, it is 3 pixels. Sorry, I feel I'm going mad here. Yeah, that's what I'm counting by. $13. $18. 18. 23. Um, right, that's dead center. That's dead center. $19. 17. For fuck's sake. 17. 19. Okay. Let me just close that so I don't... $21. 22. 21. 22. Problem is, I'm a perfectionist, and knowing that it's off is just, it gets under my skin, knowing that it's off. I'm gonna call this fill X. What was the thing I had earlier? I think it was just the image. So you see those really crappy white lines around the edge? That's basically the texture. I mean, you can't really tell, can you? Like, that looks pretty equal all the way around, doesn't it? What are we thinking on that? I've put the translation to 0.2 and 5.4. Are we feeling happy with that? Are we feeling happy with that, guys? What do we reckon? Yeah. The reason why it's not dead central is because I had to make room for the text there. Like if we had another kind of like a little label outside of the box, but it then wouldn't match with the style of these ones where we've got the line, the thing, you know, it just wouldn't match. I mean, it's ignore that white outline, by the way. I will be going through the texture settings and trying to fix that. Right. I think 0.3 and 5.4 is the sweet number there, the sweet spot. Okay. Yeah, I'll just save that then. Okay. Right, what's the time? It's 2 in the morning. Yeah, the problem for me is just like, I mean, I spent I think an hour and a half last night designing the central part of the HUD, sorry, and then I did 2 hours earlier doing the Codex and this radar. But yeah, I can understand why when I'm scaling it's ever so slightly off. It's just frustrating. And you know, like, I don't know, it's just, I know this is a fix and it's barely noticeable, like just adjusting the translation there. We've got the anchor point as well. So if I just left it at, I don't know, let's leave it at that, compile, save, and simulate. Like if I was to scale, it still sticks pretty well. I'm watching that ring there. Obviously ignoring that little crappy white outline which will disappear. Yeah, okay, I think I'll just admit defeat with that and accept it as it is. Functional. I would like to say fully solved, but I feel partially solved. Just because, I don't know, it's just bugging me. But that looking around the edge here, to me, that looks equal all around. All around. So 0.3 and 5.4. Yeah, honestly, if I go in, I don't really want to do it now, but if I went into the texture, like, where is it? You can see it's up here. I don't really want to be dicking around with it now, but I think it's normally oh shit. There you go. Nearest. So you have default from texture group. But if you go nearest, you see it's got rid of it. Can you see the difference there? You see we've retained... Really? It's annoying, isn't it? I might as well just quickly fix this then. Okay. Awen, because you've been a superstar as always and kind of imbued me with the willpower to keep pushing through, I think I'm going to try and get the get this progress bar to work based on the distance between player and creature. Let me just go boil the kettle. I know I can push through. It's just when you get to a stump like this, something that's quite small but significant at the same time. Because obviously with this being circular and it's not as easy as a cube or a square, a rectangle, like when it doesn't align, it's really noticeable. And for me, it really just bugs me. Right, okay. Let me boil the kettle. just go through. Yeah, that would be handy. Okay, I've fixed the white outlines there. Let's go to the health. Oh, so much better. Oh no. Oh no. I need to make the decals as well for the signage around the ship. We'll do that on a different stream.
You're watching YouTube, but did you
Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry. The YouTube's got a little bit smart and can detect, you know, the ad blockers now, so it won't let you play without with ad blockers. Almost there. I'm not sure if I'm able to do that. I'm almost done. I'd rather not. I'm nearly done. There we go. Look how crystal clear that. Can you see the comparison there? Look at how fucked it makes the textures. Can you see that? It's like you've got like bad glasses on. It's like someone's just smeared some reading glasses with shite and said, here you go, look at this. Right, let me just go make my coffee. I'll BRB. Astigmatism. To do with eyesight, right? Right, let's do the stamina. Ugh. Lovely, nice and crystal now. Did I do the... I may as well get rid of that one. 70 memory references, Jesus. Right, got ya. Okay. Hold on, what's happened to the I thought I just fixed the stamina one. I'm going to re-import that. Why has that one gone a bit shite? The most noticeable thing you're going to see here is the silhouettes. You see that white outline? Gone. What the fuck is going on with that proximity radar? Why have I now got a blurred line right through the middle? That's not blurred there. So why is it when I press play, it looks like shite? What the freaking hell is going on there? Why is that? Why is that such bad quality? Did you see that? Oh. It's a little bit better. That looks worse. Why is... What the fudge? That looks like shit now. Oh my god, dude. It's made it look worse. It's such a bastard, honestly. These settings. Like you can see in here, it's pretty much how it is in Photoshop. But the moment we play it, like obviously this isn't full 1920 1080 because we've got this bar at the top. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. It looks fine in there. Tell a lie. Right, enough faffing. Proximity bar. I will have a look into just how to get those textures to... Such a fucker. Okay. Let's save all. Right, how have we got this one then? Loop duration. That's for, oh, that's for the text. Loop duration. I'm on the wrong one. I want to be looking at right, okay, I don't think I need the looting one. Okay. Hmm. Would it be better having a white circle? If I had a white circle... Yeah, possibly. It's annoying. Um... Yeah, so with this, I've not got a background image. Because we just want to like increase that. Hmm. Um, I think we might need a white circle, guys. Sorry, this is my other project. So what is the colour of that text? If I had that as a white circle, um, There we go. Now that we've got a white circle, I can control the colour now. So if we just go on here, copy that hex code. Well, that's not right. Oh my god, dude. We'll just create a custom one. Okay, so we're going to create a binding for that. Create a binding for that. Okay. So ooh. Okay, right, hold on. We're gonna need to calculate creature how am I gonna do this? Where should I do this? So when, oh my god, it's gonna be from the player, but the spawn manager Alright, what we're going to do is... Oh, god damn. Okay, I'm trying to think here. Hold on. If we have... When a creature is spawned... okay, I can set a reference to this, and we can say... Oh my god. I feel like we'll need an on tick on the player character. At the moment, oh, we do have one. So... if we had something coming off here for checking the creature's position, so we've got the player reference. If we, the moment this is spawned, so if we go into this, it does a yeah. So in here, where we spawn a creature, if we were to get a reference to that spawned actor, so when an actor is spawned, create the reference, and then within the player character, get a I need to check my sugars. My brain, I don't know if I'm tired or if it's my sugars. Just give me a minute, guys. Oh, okay, they're good. The sugars are good. Right, we need to get the transform in order to calculate the distance. So... where do I set the escorting? I think it's in here. Yeah, there we go. If I made... So we want to say in here, like, if I call it radar target, radar target, so radar target, Okay, so the 4 creatures, when they're spawned, we're setting the radar target. Oh my god. So We also want to have the distance, so so if I had a variable that was radar max radar limit, as a float, so delta hold on. So the radar target is the actor that is spawned. So when any of the 4 creatures spawn, we're setting the radar target on the player character as that creature. That's how we're going to get our target position in order to calculate the distance between player and creature. We're then going to need a variable for radar limit, which is like maybe 300 float, so distance, or maybe we could have that as 500 float. So then you compare the limit to the distance, and then if the distance exceeds that, I think that's possibly okay. Right, so we know that that's basically limited to 1. So we need to divide it by 100, I think. Oh. I can't remember the nodes for this. Um, so we know the radar limit is 500. um, so, 1 second. Let me see if I got my maths right. So get the radar type, get the position of the creature and the position of the actor to get the distance. And then deduct that distance from the radar limit. Hold on. Hold on a second. Late night maths. The radar limit is 500, which is the distance. Don't think that's right. So we get the distance, we compare the distance, find out how far apart they are. Because this is the maths to figure out, basically, when it reaches 500, deduct that distance. So say they were 200 apart. I'm staring at this maths and I think it's too late. The code for if a creature exceeds a distance, that can be handled in the creature code via a variable for like lose follow or something. But this needs to be get the distance, compare it to that. Oh my god, sorry guys, I've gone a bit blank. Get the radar limit. This is 500. So we want to see if that is correct. So basically this value needs to reflect that. But it needs to be capped. I'm not too sure if that's gonna work, but we can see. Ugh. Get the radar target's position and the player's position. Get the distance between the two. And then clamp that distance to the radar limit of 500. Divide it by 100. To then fit the float. So I guess we'll test this and see if it works. Access none, trying to read property radar target. Why? Okay. What the fudge, dude? How is that not working? How is that not working? Return node. No errors there. Not getting any errors. Let's see if that works. Why is it not showing? Actors, so creature's location minus the player's location. Oh, it's so annoying. Hmm. Okay. So we know that's working. We know that's working. Um... Hmm. Damn, this is a little bit tough, guys. Um... Sorry guys, I've just realised how quiet I've gone. don't know where this is going. It's working. But it's not displaying it, which is annoying. We know that's working. So why is this why is that not the proximity bar? That should be working. Like I can see that I'm getting the Okay, let's try a different thing here. Please work. Please work. Why is it not displaying? Right, let's have a look at the stamina bar. Player reference, stamina bar. Stamina. Oh, this is driving me mad. This is driving me potty. Oh, God. Stamina bar. By reference, get the stamina, divide it by 1. I know that's working. I can see that on screen. Why? Why is this? Why is this bloody event not working then? Should be working. Is it the visual? I'm going to set it to 0.5. I'm wondering if it's... Oh, this is so frustrating. I'm genuinely a bit puzzled. What's really annoying is like at the moment Like I can see that the distance, the variable is working. I can see it's working. We're just not getting the feedback. I'm wondering if it's because tell you what. Oh, this is driving me nuts. Dude, on game start, get the proximity. Why is it not displaying it? Get the stamina, divide it by 1. I mean, we're getting the proximity. I don't understand why we're not getting the visual feedback. Background is the fill, but I've set the tint. Like if I set the tint to be like that, for example, it's red. What should be happening is the moment we get a creature, we should get an increasing circle, but it's not happening. Why is that? Why are you not working? Ah. 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 Thanks for the spam view, Just. I think it's because of that. I think it... Fuck me, there we go, at last. It's finally working. Thank fuck for that. How fucking annoying is that? So basically, because I'd set the function to control the colour and I hadn't actually done anything with it, it wasn't even rendering. That's... What a numpty. Oh my god. What a numpty. I'm such a pillock. There we go. It's finally working. Finally working, guys. Oh, so good. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Right, now we can sort the colour. Sorry, we've got a YouTube advert, guys. Right, so we're saying, not Super Saiyan, we're saying, so we're checking this on tick. There is not really a nice way to make this pretty. There's literally not a neat way to... There is not a neat way to plug that in, other than just have it there. Right, let's go to the color for this. Okay. So we want to set the color. Linear color structure. That's gonna be tricky. How are we gonna... If I just plug that in and see if that works. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so it's black at the minute. So what we want to do, we want to, you want to, Jesus Christ. You want to get the proximity. If we plug this into red and see what happens, we basically want it to go from green to we want it to go through I don't know how that's going to look. Get proximity. Okay, hold on. Hmm. Oh my god. Um. Oh my god. Right, let's get a nice green that we like. Oh, fudge cake. Well, that's a little bit annoying, isn't it? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm just going to drop one in there, just so I can actually find the colour I need. And then I'll just delete it. So R, that one. G is that one. Can we do like gradient? There we go. Instead of that nonsense. Now we need to get a red. Red. Green is 0. blue as that. So hopefully no errors. Let's give it a test. Oh no. Um, Here we go, guys. I really fucking wish that. Oh my god, the I just wonder why the UI is looking so iffy. You've got to bear in mind, I'm in a simulation window. This isn't. I might try a. It's a shame. Color. Is there a color? Select color. No. I remember there being like where you could select. You had like a wheel. Oh god. There has to be a way that we can. I just want to see a colour wheel. This is... Oh, this is highly frustrating. This is so annoying. I remember, I'm sure in the past, there's been like a colour wheel to be able to pick. I'm having to literally copy and paste this between the bloody thing. Right, that's the green. That green is almost too bright. Ignore that little dot in the middle there, guys. That's my palette. I like that green. Let's try that one. What other... It does say the other node or function is a bit more intensive. So that goes from green to yellow, amber, red. That's nice and clear as well. You can see on the HUD there. Honestly, guys, that radar, that is not how it looks. It looks crisp in the HUD, in the widget blueprint designer. So we've basically got the logic in here now to calculate to be able to do the lose logic for the creature losing the player. A little white blob. I think that looks really nice. This is exactly what I wanted. I mean, you could even have like text on there as well. So it could show like DST for distance or DIST distance. So the idea is if it reaches 1, the player loses, the creature loses aggro and just does its own thing, runs off somewhere. I'm happy with those colours though. If I just get rid of that. That's what I mean. You can see here very clearly, like those are straight lines. Standalone game. Okay. Does this mean it's going to go full screen? It's still not truly... Let's see if I can just... I think we can close Photoshop and we can close this one. I'm going to query this with AI as to why the configure the UI scale curve. Ah, okay. going to click always. It's not really making a bloody difference. We can close these creatures. Spawn manager is done. There's so many options to play with. Um, oh my god, YouTube and your adverts. Go away. Project settings, texture encoding. Project settings, texture encoding. Import settings. Automatically text settings for textures larger than or equal to this size. Compression format to use for new float textures. Paper 2D import. I have no idea what that is. I feel like this is something I need to look into because yeah, I think I'm going to have to just look into this. 'Cause it's bugging me that my beautiful UI is it looks wonky when it's not. So I need to look into this. But I'm gonna call the stream there, I think, guys. So just to recap, we've implemented the Codex, the updated stamina, we've got the health. So we can lose health now when I implement that. And obviously we've got the proximity radar now as well. So when you escort the creature, it will go from green to yellow to amber to red. And then what we could do, we could have like a kind of animation. So the animation would be like to bring up the proximity radar when you have a creature, and we can make it come up quite quick. So it's just like a pop-up, and then when a creature's rescued, it'll drop back down. I mean, I do... Yeah, it's a tricky one. But anyway, I'm going to call it there. It's a 7-hour stream. Did not expect it to take that long. I know I had a couple of issues at points. I think... I can't even remember what it was. Oh yeah, it was to do with the alignment of that circle. I think I was stumped on that for about an hour. And then issues with the image, well, the circle not displaying, and that was because I had the function where I haven't actually defined the colours for it. So, but I'm happy with that. I think it looks really good. It's nice feedback for the player. They can basically look out for the robot and know that the creature is following them based on the proximity radar. So they can focus on avoiding the robots. So yeah, if you enjoyed that stream, guys, feel free to give us a follow on Twitch to stay up to date. If you want to see any of my previous streams, go check out my YouTube below. I've got playlists for Unreal, Unity and Blender. And if you want to play any games I've made, go check out my itch page. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay safe, and I will see you in the next stream.